as the storm is moving to the north and east. That's going to run into Highway 377. So this is where I'm seeing the rotation moving to the northeast. So the intersection from I-10, and then as it continues to push to the northeast, 377 will be in the path of this storm. Yates, you're also going to be in the path of this storm. This storm and the rotating supercell likely moving to the northeast and then approaching Yates. And the reason why we're breaking into programming right now is because this severe thunderstorm, or excuse me, the tornado warning, it does include parts of Mason County. So right now we're not seeing immediate threats of rotation in Mason County, but what we are seeing is this isolated cell continuing to push to the northeast that does have the history of rotation and also the history of some large hail that's possible. So next, what I'm going to do is put on our hail tracker. Our hail tracker shows us where the greatest threat for hail is. So we're not only concerned for rotation, but if you live in Junction right now, you definitely want to take cover in your safe space because of not only the threat for rotation, but also this large hail. I'm going to pause the time lapse of this radar, and we're going to see just how large radar is estimating this hail could possibly be. We're talking about possibly up to 1.3 inches size and diameter. Up to 2 inches is what the history of this storm has. So just keep that in mind. On the back side, just behind this storm, we're going to have another cell that's going to move to the northeast. So just south of Roosevelt. If you're located in Roosevelt, what I know is technically just outside of our viewing area, but that is one of the storms of many storms that will be moving into Mason County. So Mason County, seeing some hail also possibly with this isolated cell in northern Mason County. Keep in mind that storm is moving to the northeast. I'm going to put back radar so we can see exactly what's going on. Latest updates with this tornado watch is that the entire I-35 corridor and then our hill country counties is under a tornado watch until 4 a.m. So until 4 a.m. we'll all be on standby. We're all going to be tracking the threat for rotating storms and also severe warning storms that may be pushing into the viewing area. Let me show you a time lapse of what we're expecting for future clouds and rain pushing through, especially after 11 p.m. into midnight. That's when I see the storms becoming more widespread. Overnight into the early parts of tomorrow morning, the hill country, you all need to be on guard. You need to have multiple ways to receive weather alerts. That includes the KVUE app. That includes a NOAA weather radio. That includes just having your cell phone on and hopefully picking up those weather alerts with any tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings issued in your area. Now, notice strong to severe storms still pushing until 5 a.m. As they approach I-35 corridor, I think that's going to be the case throughout daybreak. Then that severe threat starts to wind down, but we could still have some strong storms and clearing out finally by 8 a.m. So as quickly as these storms move in, I think they'll be pushing out just as quickly as well. Another look at radar as to what's going on right now. If you're tuning in, we had to cut into programming because we do have an active tornado warning that does include parts of our viewing area. That includes a sliver of South and Western Mason County. But this supercell, do you notice a little signature of a hook? I'm actually paused it a little bit there. So you can see a little bit a signature of a hook, which could possibly be a hook echo, as this severe thunderstorm warning is radar indicated, tornado warning is radar indicated for the possibility of some rotating winds within the storm. Counties that are included in it are Kimball and Mason County. It's in effect until 11:15 p.m. Tonight. We'll be tracking it moving to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So let's see, the greatest concerns are going to be obviously an isolated tornado, that's possible, and even up to 2-inch size and diameter hail will be possible. So again, this is radar indicated. I'm watching, let me see, our chat with the National Weather Service to see if we have any reports of any ground confirmation. And I do not see any ground confirmation, any reports coming out from our National Weather Service chat. Those ground confirmations would actually be from viewers like you. our eyes and our ears, letting us know exactly what's happening on the ground. So again, if you're located in Mason County, you still have time to prepare. Are you tuning in right now? Make sure you're chatting with your loved ones about where your safe space is. As a matter of fact, if you're tuning in, whatever location you live in, and you live in these yellow polygons, so that includes Gillespie, Llano counties, all the way to I-35 corridor, you want to talk with your loved ones about where your safe space is. Now, when us as meteorologists talk about our safe space to keep you safe, hopefully, throughout in a severe weather event, we're talking about some type of storm shelter. So if you live in a home, if you live in a 2 or 3 story home, you want to pick the most low level ground that you have. So if you live in a 2 or 3 story home, you want to live on the ground level. If you have a basement, I know there's not a lot of basements here in Texas, and specifically in Central Texas, but the basement would be your primary option on top of the ground level. So once you find your floor that you're in, then you want to find the most interior room with no windows. That would, in my house, be a closet with no windows, or possibly a bathroom if you have a bathroom with no windows, maybe a kitchen pantry with no windows. That would be considered your safe space. So again, your most interior room of a home with no windows, that's as close to the ground as you possibly can. That's what we consider your safe space. So if you're tuning in right now and trying to watch our regular programming, we had to break in because there is an active tornado warning for the possibility of rotation that could be on the ground, which would be a tornado. But we do not have ground confirmation that there actually is a tornado on the ground. Where I'm seeing the greatest threat for some possible rotation, let's check in with that signature. It's now moving past Junction. So east of Junction, if you have any loved ones in the clear that are in their safe space that you know of right now, you can go ahead and give them a call and let them know, hey, you're on the backside of this storm for now. But also warn them, there's another active severe thunderstorm warning right behind that. So these storms just continue to train and train along this dry line that's initiated this line of showers and storms. We've been watching them all evening long, and you know what? They're just becoming more widespread, and they're going to continue to move eastward and bring in the worst of the severe weather threat overnight. We'll be here tracking it with you overnight in the KVUE Storm Center. I'll be here throughout the overnight hours, and Mariel Ruiz will also be in early tomorrow morning to take over for daybreak. Meteorologist Hunter Williams is also on standby, and he's tracking these storms with me as well and helping out with any digital updates. So we got you covered. We'll be watching this, walking you through where exactly the greatest threat is. And as of right now, our greatest threat is going to be Mason County. Although everyone who's shaded in this yellow polygon, you are under a tornado watch until 4 a.m. The reason for this is because the atmosphere is so conducive for development that any storm that does fire up, we have enough instability, we have enough moisture, and we have lift in the atmosphere now. So that's going to cause these isolated supercells to become widespread and become quite dangerous. And also with vertical wind shear in the atmosphere, that's going to cause a possibility of some rotation. So I want to show you our severe weather risk for the rest of this evening. The hill country, even parts of our central counties included in an enhanced risk. That's a level 3 out of 5. So this is the first time this season that we have been under an enhanced risk in our viewing area. The National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center has upgraded this threat from yesterday evening. We were under a marginal risk, but then conditions became quite unstable in the atmosphere and conducive for development. So we're talking about strong damaging winds possible again, a large hail likely again, isolated tornadoes, all something we cannot rule out. This risk, keep in mind, Monday night into Tuesday when we saw the strong damaging winds in Burnett, we were under a marginal risk. So now we're at an even higher severe weather threat than that, and it's already off to an active evening for us here in Central Texas and for areas just west. Notice storms are starting to initiate as far back west as San Angelo, and those are all going to be traveling quickly to the east, northeast at about 30-35 miles an hour. So we'll be monitoring those throughout the overnight hours, but it's not only central Texas, folks out in North Texas as well will be under that severe weather threat. Let me show you a forecast, what our computer models are showing as we fast forward through the rest of the night, because we will be here all night for showers and storms becoming widespread across the hill country. Strong damaging winds, large hail, isolated tornadoes, all a possibility as those storms move eastward. This is the reason why that severe weather risk, at least a tornado watch, is in effect until 4 a.m. because we do see a weakening trend once we get into the 5 a.m. hour, and then showers starting to dwindle down as they move east. We lose instability in the atmosphere, and the good news is that these showers and storms actually clear out pretty rapidly. Once it moves east, then we'll pretty much be done, and we'll actually be in the clear with what's going to be ongoing throughout the overnight hours. So again, if you're just tuning in right now, we had to break in because of the fact that a tornado warning is in effect for parts of Mason County. I know a lot of you guys, probably wanted to watch Jimmy Kimmel, but if this tornado warning was on top of your home, on top of your neighborhood, you would want to be alerted as well. If you have any loved ones in this red polygon, you would want them to be alerted as well. So Kimball, Mason counties are included in this red polygon. If we take a look at the exact areas that are of concern, the threat is now east of Junction. So originally this tornado warning, when we hopped on, we were seeing rotation right on top of Junction. If I take a look within the cell, I don't see a very tight indication of rotation, but we would see some rotation that's starting to move east of I-10, just south of 377, and that's moving to the northeast and moving into Mason County. I think if we actually put our storm tracker here, we can actually calculate when the rotation may be moving into Mason. So let's put this storm tracker on. We're talking about it moving into Mason County or pushing through Yates within the next few minutes, as a matter of fact. Again, it's moving to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour, and then moving into Mason possibly within the next 30 minutes. So we've been talking about your safe space. Make sure you are checking in with your loved ones as far as what the plan is. If you're tuning in right now and you're not in Mason County, hey, guess what? We're going to have a long night ahead of us of these strong to severe storms pushing through. So it's a good time to be weather aware and to figure out your plan and to just be prepared, right? Preparedness is key to get through the severe weather event, and we're part of that plan. We are here to walk you through what could possibly be going on throughout the overnight hours and into the start of tomorrow morning as well. So let's kind of regroup and talk about the latest with a tornado watch that's in effect until 4 a.m. This tornado watch includes our central counties, from Williamson County down to Hayes County, even includes San Antonio, and then our hill country counties as well. Mason is not included in that because Mason is actually included in San Angelo's National Weather Service office. So I know it's always a little bit confusing whenever watches are issued for certain areas, but then not for others. But obviously Mason County is our busiest. So just keep in mind, there are different National Weather Service offices that are in charge of certain areas. So that's why Mason is not technically in that yellow polygon. But keep in mind, the greatest threat right now is for Mason County. So the latest with that tornado warning, I am going to pop up what the National Weather Service is saying, and we will recite it word for word for you guys. Again, the greatest rotation that I'm seeing is now north and east of Junction, moving into Mason County, where this red polygon is flashing. If you live in it, you do need to take cover now. Make sure if you have any loved ones in this flashing red polygon that they are also prepared and taking cover with a plan intact for the rest of the night, because we are going to have several rounds of some isolated supercells that could bring in some rotation. Large damaging hail and also isolated tornadoes is something we cannot rule out. So this tornado warning, it remains in effect until 11:15 p.m. It is currently 10:59 p.m. We have about 15 minutes until this warning does expire if it's not extended. And if it is extended, it's going to continue to move into Mason County. It's moving to the north and east at about 35 miles an hour. So this is a severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado. Damaging winds were located about 14 miles east of Junction is where we saw some damaging winds already reported in this area. So we could see a tornado within this supercell. We could see hail of up to 2-inch size in diameter. This has been radar indicated, so we do not have ground confirmation. But just keep in mind that if you are in the path of this storm, that is all a possibility. Flying debris is very dangerous. If you get caught in flying debris, you want to make sure you are in your safe space without windows. So a closet, say your kitchen pantry, a bathroom that does not have windows, that would be considered a safe place to be when you're in a tornado warning. Mobile homes also not very safe whatsoever. We do not recommend being in mobile homes. These can easily be damaged or destroyed. Roofs can easily be torn off when we're talking about tornadoes on the ground, windows shattered as well. So just keep that in mind. A vehicle is not considered a safe space either. You want to be in the most interior room in your home that you can find on the ground level. If not, in the basement is what we recommend. So let's check in again to see where the majority of the rotation is. I'm going to pause this time lapse of radar and we're going to look within the storm. Again, it's not a very impressive signature. I can't see a tight couplet within this cell. I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer here. I don't see impressively tight rotation within the cell. My greatest concern actually with this tornado warning is probably the hail factor. So I'm going to put in our hail tracker, and you see these deep blue shaded colors? That's where we could possibly see hail. I'm actually going to have to pause this time lapse here. That's where we could see hail of up to 2-inch size in diameter. Sorry, need to put the time lapse on pause. Right now, hail tracker radar Doppler is estimating 1.3 inches in diameter, but I think we could easily have greater hail than that. It's not only that storm also. Do you see the little blue dots in a line, in a straight line? Those are all within the dry line that's been initiating the storm. So we're in for a very active evening. I want to let you guys know that we are under a tornado watch for us here in Austin until 4 a.m. If you're tuning in from Austin, we're breaking into your regular scheduled programming because of an active tornado warning that's been ongoing. That tornado warning, it remains in effect until 11:15 a.m. or excuse me, p.m. 11:15 p.m. and we are keeping you guys safe. So it is our job to stay on air. We're also giving you guys updates on our digital platforms as well, as this tornado warning does continue to move across our hill country counties. It's our first active tornado warning that we're tracking at this time, but it is associated with the line of storms that we expect to become widespread throughout the overnight hours. I do see a weakening trend on the backside of this line of storms, so that's some good news, but we still have one active tornado warning. Again, if you're located in Mason County, that's the areas that we're most concerned for. So the National Weather Service, I'm going to check in with them really quick to see if we have any other information on this warning. So again, this is all ground or radar indicated. We don't have any ground confirmation that's come out from any viewers or whatnot, but it's something that we'll be tracking very closely. So just to recoup, again, breaking into programming because we do have an active tornado warning that is currently on the ground out in Mason County. A tornado watch is in effect until 4 a.m. for our central and hill country counties. Mason's not in this yellow polygon. I don't know why, honestly. They are associated with a different National Weather Service office. The rest of our viewing area is associated with San Antonio's. We share National Weather Service offices with San Antonio and Austin. It's located in New Braunfels. And then the other National Weather Service offices are in charge of triggering their own warnings. But obviously, Mason is the most active right now. So just because you don't see it technically under the tornado watch does not mean you're not under the threat of tornadoes, because that's where we are seeing the greatest of the concerns right now. So breaking into your programming, because this is our first active tornado warning. As of right now, it's 11:05 p.m. The National Weather Service does have this warning extended until 11:15 p.m., but as the storm travels to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour, it's going to continue to move into our county. And if we see any signs of rotation within this storm, which I have seen some rotation, it doesn't look like a strong signature, but it is there, we're going to make sure that we are on air, keeping you guys safe, keeping you informed with not only that active warning, but notice these lines of showers and storms that have just blossomed. This is a time lapse of the last 3 hours and just how conducive our atmosphere is for any development within these storms. These storms, for the most part, the storms are pushing to the northeast, but the system that's initiating it is slowly pushing to the east, and that's why the storms are slowly going to become more widespread. That will be dropping heavy rain. Lots of lightning will be associated with these storms as well, and they're going to continue to roll into our viewing area. So here's a live look at what's happening right now, not only for the active tornado warning that remains in effect for the next 10 minutes. Also want to point out some strong cells starting to pop up across Llano County right now. Those are non-severe, but we're starting to see some action, some moderate to heavy rainfall occurring. I don't see much in the form of lightning at this time with that cell, but again, this is our greatest concern with the warning that continues to push to the north and the east. The big picture, lots of areas across Texas are under the threat for severe weather. This line continues to roll into parts of the Dallas metro area, Del Rio. It's going to be an active night for a lot of us. So live look as to what's happening on radar at this time. Showers and storms becoming widespread, just like our forecast models were showing. I've been showing the HRRR computer model. It's actually been doing a good job at verifying what's been happening at this time. And so we're going to stick with the HRRR computer model, because one important part of verification is if it's really, verifying with what's happening right now. So here we are, midnight, showers and storms becoming more widespread. I think moving into Burnett and also Blanco counties by 2 a.m. We still have a severe threat all across Mason, Fredericksburg, Llano County. This is what radar could look like. Again, this is our HRRR computer model as the system continues to move east. And then we will see a weakening trend. As of right now, tornado watch is in effect until 4 a.m. Notice we still could have some severe storms, but quickly dying down by 5 a.m. That's why the National Weather Service is showing, or is thinking, that there's going to be not as much instability in the atmosphere for those severe storms to hold together up into the overnight hours and early parts of tomorrow morning. So showers and storms clearing out by about 7 or 8 a.m. And you know what? The rest of Thursday is actually looking really, really gorgeous. Want to show you a quick look at your 7-day forecast as to what we're tracking at this time. After we get through a stormy night, second half of Thursday is gorgeous. Friday is looking even more beautiful. And then a wet weather pattern returns starting this weekend. So let's check in with the active tornado warning. Again, we're breaking into your programming at this time because there's an active tornado warning in effect for at least the next 7 minutes. Keeping tabs with the National Weather Service to see if they are going to extend this or if they're going to cancel this warning. It does include parts of Mason County, and Mason County is in the KVUE viewing area. Let's see. Okay, and the latest note from National Weather Service, just like I stated, actually, if we still see rotation, they're going to continue to extend the warning and possibly include parts of northern Gillespie County also. So just a heads up, this tornado warning could include parts of Mason and Gillespie County, I would say within the next 5 or 10 minutes or so. And then as it continues to push to the north and east, that's going to be more of a Mason County threat. So let's check in with the storm, see where we can see some possible rotation. I do see a weak signature of rotation. It's not a tight couplet, but let me draw it out for you. Where the strongest of that rotation would be north of Knoxville, south of Yates, moving to the north and the east at 35 miles an hour. So again, Mason, you're kind of in the direct path of this storm. Even though technically you're not under the tornado warning at this time, that storm is headed straight to you. Let's track the timeline of this storm. Where we see the possible tornado, we have no ground confirmation that a tornado is on the ground. But if you live in Mason County, that's going to be possibly arriving into your neighborhood within the next 20-25 minutes or so. So please give your loved ones a call, not only for Mason County, any parts of the Hill Country actually, because this is going to be a concern throughout the rest of the overnight hours. Take a look at this line of storms that's going to produce not only the threat for rotation, also heavy rain, gusty winds, golf ball size hail. It's going to bring all of the above. Straight line damaging winds, which is exactly what we dealt with throughout the overnight hours, Tuesday into Monday into Tuesday. All of the days are just kind of blurring together. If you could wait 1 sec, I am going to take a sip of water. So one moment. All right, lots of chatting, and I'm going to stay here and chat with you until this tornado warning does expire. But notice, once we're done with this tornado warning, we're not completely done. Do you see all the yellow polygons? Those are active severe thunderstorm warnings as well. Technically outside of our viewing area, but still going to be a threat for anyone in the path of these storms that we'll be watching. How much rain can we pick up? Now, flash flooding is going to be a very minimal threat, but computer models are hinting we could easily pick up a quick inch of rain once these storms move into our area. And I think isolated areas, especially that have a few storms roll through their neighborhood, could pick up possibly up to 2 inches of rain. Obviously, this is beneficial rain because technically we are under a drought, a moderate drought for our entire viewing area, and then a severe drought starting to build in for Fayette County, the Hill Country counties, Mason, seeing that severe drought right now. So they are in need of this rain. The only problem is if we get too much rain in too short of a time, that's when flash flooding starts to occur because the ground is solid, hard. It's like concrete. It's like dumping a bucket of water on concrete and it just has nowhere to seep through or soak up. So that's kind of the situation we're running into as we track this active tornado warning. Kimball County, Mason County, again, we're breaking into your programming because this radar indicated tornado warning is moving into our viewing area, and as of right now it's in effect until 11:15 p.m. so we have about 3 more minutes, but something's telling me that the National Weather Service is going to extend this into Mason County. So I'll be with you until it is officially canceled. It's moving to the east at 35 miles an hour. Our main hazards are going to include tornadoes, an isolated tornado within the cell, hail of up to 2-inch size in diameter. Again, this is radar indicated. It's not officially confirmed on the ground. We need visual confirmation that this is on the ground, and we have not seen that. But it's important to be prepared if you're in the path of this storm, which would include Mason County, especially you guys in Mason. This storm is headed your way. Even if it's downgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning, we still have the threat for that large hail. So you definitely want to bring your vehicles in the garage. And if you're listening in any part of Central Texas, these are all tips for you. Bring your vehicle inside your garage. If not, cover it under any awning that could possibly protect it. Bring your plants indoors. We're likely going to have damage if you do get stuck under one of these severe storms, dropping some hail that could cause damage to roofs, also to windows, and possibly some more power outages also. So just something to keep in mind as these severe storms do continue to push through. So it's 11:14 p.m. and we're going to see if the National Weather Service decides to extend this. But what we can do is see what the rotation signature looks within this storm. So I'm going to take a look within the storm, kind of double check again what we're seeing at this time. Still not overly impressive, but just because we don't see an impressive signature for rotation does not mean that we can't see straight line damaging winds within this. Also, our hail tracker has been quite impressive, but notice we don't see those deep blue shaded colors. That is a weakening trend. That means the updraft of this storm is starting to weaken. So something tells me that this storm may be able to be allowed to expire, and it officially did expire at this time. I'm going to let you guys go. There is a chance that the National Weather Service may reissue a warning for that cell, but for now, we'll let you go back to programming as there are no more active tornado warnings in the KVUE viewing area. Well, that was fun.
Yeah.
I just like, it was an awkward situation because it was like, well, Okay, hey there, Central Texas. Chief Meteorologist Erica Lopez here, and I am tracking a nasty line of storm that's moving in. So I'm here to answer any questions, talk about your concerns, talk about the threat that we're expecting into the overnight hours. Let me know where you're tuning in from, and let me know if you can hear me okay out also. Because I will be answering questions as this line of showers and storms moves through. It's not only me in the studio, it is also meteorologist Hunter Williams. He's in the studio with me also. And we're going to track these storms overnight as they're barely starting to make their way into the hill country region. The yellow polygon that you see right here, that's a tornado watch. It's in effect until 4 a.m. this morning. It does officially include the Austin metro area, all of I-35 corridor, and the entire hill country counties as well. Now, the brighter orange shaded polygons that you see, those are active severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect as well. Right now, Mason, Llano, Gillespie County under an active severe thunderstorm warning. And this storm, as a matter of fact, already had the history of producing some rotation. So I want to zoom into that storm and get a little bit more in depth with the details of that storm. So here is where the warning is. Heaviest of the rain that I'm tracking is pushing through Mason County right now, but this cell is moving to the east at about 35 miles an hour, as a matter of fact. So radar indicated wind gusts of up to 60 miles an hour are possible within this orange polygon. We're talking quarter-size hail that's possible within this polygon as well. This same exact cell, as a matter of fact, has a history of producing hail of up to 2-inch size in diameter. So it is, let's see, moving to the east at about 30 miles an hour. So folks that are in the path of this storm include anyone from east of Mason along 29, Castell, Hilda, Enchanted Rock. We'll start to see some of the heavy rain also in Llano. As far as when we put the storm tracker on, let's check out the timing of this storm and exactly when it will arrive to your neighborhood. All right, so we're talking about 30 miles an hour to the east. We'll be watching this storm moving to the east. So if you're located in Loyal Valley, 11:39 p.m. Castell, about 11:44 p.m. It's currently 11:34 p.m. Llano, you're also in the path of the heavy rain with the possibility of some severe size hail. Around midnight is when we can expect this severe thunderstorm warning to push into your area. So the big picture of what we're seeing across not only central Texas, but all of a good chunk of Texas from the Del Rio area to parts of Dallas metro region. Also, we have a line of active severe thunderstorm warnings that's in place as we speak. This line has been ongoing and has just blossomed within the last 3 hours, as a matter of fact. So we're looking at a time lapse of the last 3 hours on radar. Notice just how widespread our atmosphere is, so conducive for any storms that move into this region to just sustain the instability, to just sustain themselves and bring in the possibility of some strong supercells, some strong updrafts. The stronger the updraft is, the larger the hail possibly is within this as well. We have seen vertical wind shear within our atmosphere. Vertical wind shear is change of winds with height. That's what causes the rotation within these thunderstorms. Obviously, straight line damaging winds also going to be a big concern within these storms also. So as of right now, our hill country is our greatest concern at the moment, but these storms are slowly going to progress to the south and east as the overnight hours comes into play. Have multiple ways to receive weather alerts. Make sure you're tagging your loved ones in this weather updates. Make sure they are weather aware, especially if they're in the hill country in our I-35 corridor. This is an overnight event. So whenever we talk about an overnight event, it's extra dangerous because a lot of folks are typically sleeping during these hours, right? And if there is an active warning in your area and you don't have those multiple ways of receiving weather alerts, then it could be possibly deadly if you're not able to wake up to any, say, possible tornado warnings in your viewing area. So Austin, we're in the clear right now, but a nasty line of storms is knocking on our doorstep, pushing into the hill country counties where an active severe thunderstorm warning is as we speak. So let me walk you through future radar. chat about the next several hours throughout the overnight hours and early tomorrow, because as storms become widespread across the hill country, some of those storms could still be strong as they reach I-35, which is why we remain under a tornado watch until 4 a.m. But notice how quickly the storms start to fizzle out. I think by sunrise, as a matter of fact, by the end of daybreak, our daybreak newscast, where Maria Ruiz and Jason Michael will be tracking these storms, we'll be in the clear. And just like that, the rest of Thursday is actually really, really nice, minus some strong gusty northwest winds. But the sun shines back and we're clearing out pretty quickly. So again, as quickly as these storms move in, they're going to move out pretty rapidly as well. But we still could have the threat for, again, large damaging hail, gusty winds, and also isolated tornadoes is something we'll be monitoring very, very closely. So I'm going to pull up our Facebook feed and see if there's any questions I can answer for you guys. And let me know how you're doing. Let me know how you're holding up. Trish is asking, what about Hutto? Timing for storms arriving to Hutto. So let me time that out for you. I'm going to zoom in. And all right, so I'm going to zoom in and put on our storm tracker, kind of time the possibility of this line of storms that's moving into the area, because we have a lot of folks asking, what time are the storms? I'm sorry for this. It's not me, it's the mouse, I promise, whenever I do the storm tracker, and it's kind of difficult to manage. So let me know again if you have any questions. Right now would be the time to answer those questions as we track these storms. I put out a time tracker as far as when we could possibly start to see some of the heavy rain and some of the strong to severe storms moving into your neighborhood. That does include Fredericksburg around just after midnight, 12:15 a.m. possibly. Again, these storms are moving to the southeast, so Georgetown. If they continue to move to the south and east, then we're talking the possibility of those storms around 1 a.m. So we have some time. The further east you are in Williamson County and I-35, that will be an overnight rainfall arrival time. Austin, after 1, 2 a.m. is when I expect these storms to arrive into your area as well. So just a heads up, we have some time. If you're located along I-35, it's really the hill country that's going to be our main concern. And also the hill country that has the greatest threat for these severe storms also. An enhanced risk is in effect for the hill country. That is also including parts of Williamson County and western Travis County. So what I'm going to do is leave, let's see, this radar loop up and kind of go through any more questions. Should Milam County be in the clear all night? No, this line of storms is going to push through Milam County, but I think by the time it makes its way to Milam County, it'll definitely be weaker. So that's why technically you're not under a tornado watch. I think the threat is still there for Milam County. So heads up. These strong storms could still produce gusty winds, large hail for Milam County. And just keep in mind that the threat does lessen as this line does push to the south and the east. Leslie saying she can never sleep during these storms, but it's because she's watching them like a hawk. Leslie is tracking the storms with the meteorologist. I think you're a meteorologist at heart, just saying, just saying. Leslie's also asking, is the purple where possible tornadoes are? So the purple shaded colors you see on radar here, that's actually where the heaviest of the rain is being produced. So that's what Doppler radar is estimating, some pretty heavy rainfall rates, and that's why we could see some isolated spots that quickly pick up an inch of rain easily. And that's also indicating just how strong the storm is. So if I actually put on hail tracker within some of these storms, then then we are definitely breaking into programming. Okay, so what I'm going to do is let you guys go real fast. I'm going to give you a break. We'll be tracking this and throughout the overnight hours, giving you some digital updates, especially if any active tornado warnings do pop up. We will make sure to break into programming and give you guys updates here on our digital platforms. So I'll check in with you shortly. Be safe, stay weather aware, make sure to check on your loved ones as well, and have a plan intact for the possibility of some severe storms overnight. Okay, mic check, mic check. Chief Meteorologist Erica Lopez here checking in with another update. I am here as well as meteorologist Hunter Williams, so he's going to do a mic check and let me know if you guys can hear him okay, so comment below.
All right, testing. Can you guys hear me? We would really appreciate a comment as we kind of play around with some of the equipment here. Hopefully everything works. It should be okay, so let us know in the comments.
Okay, yeah, I see the audio bars moving, so let's hope that technology is in our favor. But yes, so you can see meteorologist Hunter Williams there. He is monitoring our National Weather Service chat where we monitor the latest updates, the latest storm reports. I'm here tracking radar and also tracking your Facebook comments. Hey, Aaron said that he can hear us both.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Glad
or
it
Aaron,
works.
she. I'm sorry, a she. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, perfect. So this is an opportunity for you guys to answer, or for us to answer your questions, for you to ask questions, and we'll be tracking the storm. So it is a nasty line of strong to severe storms that's pushing through right now. The yellow shaded polygons that extend all the way to the Dallas area, that's a tornado watch. It's in effect until 4 a.m. Earlier, it was issued, I believe, in the evening hours until 10 p.m. for the Hill Country counties. Then the National Weather Service said, nope, areas are conducive for development and for rotation for any strong storms that move in. We could possibly see some rotations, and that could extend all the way to parts of I-35. Now, I-35, we're quiet right now. In Austin, we are quiet right now. It's the Hill Country where the storms are becoming widespread, and we have one active severe thunderstorm warning that's in place right now. Let's see. Hunter, feel free to cut me off, jump in whenever you want.
All right.
But let me zoom into this severe thunderstorm warning. This is technically the only severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued in our viewing area. So I'm going to pop up our auto warn here, and it includes 3 of our counties. So it includes Llano County, Mason County, and also parts of northern Gillespie County. That's in effect until 12:30 a.m. So it's issued for another 30 minutes. So this storm's moving to the east at about 30 miles an hour, I believe. Actually, this is the same cell that originally was tornado warned. It was our first tornado warning that we had. Yes, we had a tornado warning and we had to break into live programming. It was an isolated cell that had some rotation as it was barely moving into Mason County. So we don't see signs of rotation anymore, but we definitely have the possibility of some large hail associated with this. Looks like actually up to quarter-size hail. Gusty winds is going to be the primary threat if you're in the path of this storm. So Mason, you're kind of in the clear from the heavy rain. The majority of that storm is now east of you, so you're no longer in that severe thunderstorm warning. Llano starting to deal with the heavier rain. I'm sure you hear lots of rumbles of thunder. I want to put on lightning also, see where the heaviest of the lightning is. So if you're anywhere in Llano County, you're probably hearing the mess that's just entering into your region right now, into Llano County. That's the severe warned storm, lots of lightning. You need to take cover. We always say when thunder roars, go indoors, and that's something I recommend if you're in the path of the storm. Again, it's moving to the east at about 30 miles an hour. Any storm reports coming out as of right now, Hunter?
I've been looking. I've not seen any. I was looking at some of the Doppler winds with this storm, though. And like you talked about, this is the same storm that earlier prompted that tornado warning. Thankfully, we don't have that now, but still some breezy winds. Looks like around Loyal Valley. I was picking up on like some 53-mile-per-hour gusts. Obviously, that's the radar beam, so that's thousands of feet up in the air. But when you have heavy rain, that can get transferred down to an extent. So certainly still some breezy winds in that storm to go along with the hail threat that you were talking about.
Okay, so wanted to read off a comment from Jen on our Facebook feed. She's saying she has a lot of anxiety with these storms, which, yes, that's why we're here, to kind of alleviate your anxiety, to hold your hand. But she also said, Hunter, she has like 4 different radars up right now, and she's tracking the storm.
So she has weather anxiety, but is also a weather nerd and is tracking along with us. Basically.
But I think she has almost as many, you know, radar situations going on than we do.
She's basically in the weather center with us.
Yeah, you're basically our 6th teammate. Let's just say.
Yeah, if you see anything, chime in, let us know.
Yeah, let us know your storm reports, because this is one of the main reasons why we do these, because you are our eyes and our ears. Even though there's an active severe thunderstorm warning, we need ground confirmation of what's happening. Is there hail that's falling? We need your photos. We need your videos. Make sure to tweet them to us, me or Hunter on Twitter or KVUE. You can also upload your photos on our KVUE app if you haven't done so. To download our KVUE app, it is free, and there's a way you can submit your photos there, and you tell this the weather story as to what is actually going on the ground. Because we can sit here and talk about radar and talk about it all day long, but we really need your eyes and ears and ground confirmation. But yeah, it is a nasty line of showers and storms that's moving into the hill country counties, and this is just the start of it. So what I want to do is walk you through future track. I'm actually going to pull graphics full here so you can have a closer look at an hour by hour forecast as to what we expect within the next 5 hours, I would say, because it is, well, it's actually midnight already. Time's flying when you're tracking storms. And the severe weather threat, at least for tornadic conditions, is until 4 a.m. So notice that the showers and storms become more widespread throughout the hill country. This is a snapshot of what radar could look like at about 2 a.m. with the rain starting to move into I-35. The latest computer model actually shows the possibility of some of our south and eastern counties not even seeing a drop of rain. So just keep in mind, we're really going to lose a lot of the instability in the atmosphere, a lot of the steam and energy with these storms as the night progresses, which is why the Storm Prediction Center has the hill country under the enhanced risk for some strong to severe storms. So this is the first time this season that the hill country has been issued under an enhanced risk, which is a level 3 out of 5 for a severe weather threat. I think they did a pretty good job at nailing where that greatest risk is, as those storms kind of clip also the northern parts of our hill country counties and our northern counties. And then notice the threat starts to wind down. So it drops to a 2. And this is when storms start to move into I-35 around the 3-4 a.m. hour. Then it drops to a 1 out of 5 threat. That's a marginal risk. That's our least threat that we have. But keep in mind, just because we have a marginal threat does not mean we may not have severe storms. As a matter of fact, Hunter, when we had severe storms Monday night into Tuesday, we were under a marginal risk.
We had a little sliver under the 2 of 5, but yeah, most of us were in the 1 out of 5.
Yeah.
Wanted to say also, I know here in Austin today and many areas along and east of the Interstate 35 corridor was kind of cloudy and kind of dreary all day long. When I drove out to the hill country for our 5 and 6 o'clock shows, there was actually a lot of sunshine. And that's probably one of the reasons why these storms could have a little bit more juice to the west, where there's a little bit more instability, where the ingredients are there. But as you said, we look at these threat levels. Storms don't see these lines, though. So there's still a chance for strong storms across all of central Texas. It's just the higher probability of that, as you said, is across the hill country and that enhanced risk area.
Yes, so just keep that in mind. There's a lot of components when it comes to severe weather. I mean, we're talking about, do we have enough moisture? Do we have that instability that Hunter was talking about? Is there a cap in the atmosphere? Will the cap break? And that's something whenever we see an abundant amount of sunshine and no clouds, that means there's no cap in the atmosphere, and those storms are able to grow taller and taller. The taller the storms grow, the stronger the updraft is. The stronger the updraft is, the larger our hail is, the larger the hail. We also have the possibility of rotation if we have vertical wind shear. So there's so many components. We can go on and on and on. And it just takes the exact right, organization of all those ingredients in order for these strong to severe storms to pop up. And I also want to point out that we had I'm actually going to bring up radar, because our biggest threat, Hunter, if you remember, Monday night into Tuesday, it wasn't because of a tornado. It was because of straight line damaging winds. So I think that was something very interesting for viewers to learn about, that, we shouldn't only be worried about tornadoes.
Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really matter if winds are rotating in a circle and it's a tornado, or if it's in a straight line. Strong winds are strong winds. And when I was driving out to Burnet today, we drove through Bertram, which is that community that dealt with the straight line wind damage. And there's still debris out there, and you can see the damage that caused. And I think that if you just drove past that and you had no context, you say, oh, that's tornado damage. But you can't tell the difference. And strong wind, like I said, is strong wind. So even in a situation where these are just severe thunderstorm warnings, you still want to take that seriously, because we saw just 2 nights ago what straight line wind damage can look like, and it can be just as serious.
Yeah, and I really think that our strong damaging winds are going to be our primary threat yet again with this line that's moving through. So if you're just tuning in with us, we're here to chat about what's happening, to kind of calm your anxiety, to hold your hand throughout these strong to severe storms, to make sure you guys are prepared getting through the overnight hours, especially because it's an overnight event. And if you're waking up and you're wondering what's happening, or if you can't go to sleep because you hear lots of rumbles of thunder, we're here to help keep you weather aware. There is a question by Brady. Brady's asking, could the future radar change? So let me pop up future radar. And to answer your question, yes, it can change. I expect it to change very minimally though. This is our HRRR computer model, which actually is updated every single hour. So this is why we love this best short-term forecast model. It's our high resolution model, and it just keeps on refreshing with the latest data every single hour. So it does a really good job, and this is what we trust the most whenever we're talking about a severe weather event that's happening right now. So it could change, but I would expect very minuscule changes. It's already verifying pretty well as we speak. So that's something we look at, the verification from what's happening right now as to what it's showing in the future. And this is what radar future track, so this is our HRRR computer model, is showing is happening around midnight. And I would say that's doing a pretty good job at verifying what's actually happening on the ground. So let's fast forward to future track. Now where it starts to get questionable, I think, is once we get to that 4 a.m. hour. Just because you see rain in Georgetown at about 3 a.m. does not mean that we may not see rain in Austin or San Marcos. So keep in mind, the further out you go, things may change a little bit, but just kind of a general picture of what could happen. We still have the threat for some isolated strong to severe storms. It lasts until about 4 a.m., which is why that tornado watch is in effect until about 4 a.m. And then notice, this is the other big picture I want you to keep in mind, is that when we get to the 5 a.m. hour, we still have those isolated storms across our central and eastern counties, but the severe weather threat is starting to die down. So I think we'll still have some rain chances out there as we head into the daybreak hours. And then once we head into the 7 or 8 a.m. hour, I think pretty much we'll all be in the clear. So you have to take the forecast kind of with a grain of salt. With the exact areas you see rain on radar, but I think overall the HRRR computer model is something that we can definitely trust for the grand scheme of things, kind of the big picture of what is expected to happen throughout the overnight hours. So let's kind of regroup and bring you back to what is exactly happening at this time. The yellow polygons that you see, that is a tornado watch in effect until 4 a.m. Greatest threats are going to be large hail. Large hail that could be 2-inch size and diameter or even greater. We're also talking about strong damaging winds, wind gusts exceeding 75 miles an hour, easily possible. That's Cat 1 hurricane force winds. Just keep that in mind. Cat 1 hurricane at 74 mile an hour winds. We have the possibility of seeing those winds, which is why severe thunderstorm warnings can be just as damaging and possibly even deadly. And then a couple tornadoes, something we can't rule out. We've had one official tornado report for Mason County, excuse me, not tornado report, tornado warning. We had no ground confirmation of a tornado actually on the ground, but we did see a little bit of rotation. And that's why we're here to monitor if we do see any rotation within storms. We'll quickly jump on air and also keep you guys updated here on the digital side as well. So I am currently looking at your comments on Facebook. So this gives you an opportunity to ask any questions, and we're here to answer. Meteorologist Hunter Williams is here with me as well. He's tracking radar. Just want to answer this one question. Michelle is asking, should I bring in my plants? She's in South Austin. Yes, bring in your plants if you can. Secure outdoor patio furniture, put your truck or your vehicle, I said truck because we're in Texas.
Makes sense.
I mean, my husband has a truck and I told him to put his truck in the garage. Yeah, and I feel like it's been, how many nights? We've had like 4 cold fronts push through overnight.
Yeah.
So far this month.
It's crazy that the timing has been like the exact same on all of those events.
Yeah, if you're wondering, there was someone that was asking, you know, why does severe weather always happen overnight for Austin and Central Texas? And that's really not how it happens. It just has happened to happen like that throughout this month. March is the official start of severe weather season, and we've just been really unlucky to have these cold fronts overnight. I really think, Hunter, it's probably Mother Nature initiating me as my first severe weather season as chief. It's, you know, just
now that you're chief, you think Mother Nature wants you to stay up a little bit later?
Just trying to torture me. Yeah.
That could be it. Hey, pull up the hail tracker real quick. This actually may be a little bit of good news for parts of Llano County. It looks like the hail core has weakened a little bit. Still, it's picking up on some hail. But maybe if we end up being lucky, that can kind of diminish a little bit. Maybe that storm could weaken on approach to Llano. That would be a little bit of good news.
Yeah, good observation. I'm going to pause it here and kind of just backtrack. So I'm taking you back in the last hour. So this is a time lapse of the last hour and the progression of that storm. So there was the hail moving through Mason County. There's two areas of hail actually. Looks like that hail core kind of collided and now it's weakening as it moves into Llano County. So good observation. We have some weakening whenever that hail core is able to weaken. That means the updraft of the storm is weakening. That means the storm is kind of starting to fizzle out a little bit, but still technically strong enough to be severe warned. So great observation there. All right, I want to zoom out. Hey, actually, this is interesting. Zooming out, I kind of want to backtrack with a bigger picture of all of the severe storms that I see. And then you kind of see an uptick with the hail cores whenever we have the blue shaded colors. And then they all kind of start fizzling out in the latest scan. So pretty interesting. Still a line of severe warned storms, but just a good observation there. We still have the possibility of quarter-size hail if you do run into the severe warned storms at this time. Let's see who's actually seeing some of the heaviest rain right now. I want to kind of take off the clutter because I know there's I'm actually going to pull max full here. I know there's a lot going on, so I'm going to put on lightning. Anyone tuning in from Llano right now, you're probably just hearing a mess of thunderstorms happening, and that's the heaviest of the rain and that hail core that Hunter mentioned that's moving in. So the heaviest of the rain is just west of you, Llano. Closing in, and then we'll have a brief moment of heavy downpour, lots of lightning. You want to still make sure you're definitely indoors. When thunder roars, go indoors. And it wouldn't be a bad idea to be in a safe space also. A safe space because of the fact that these storms likely are producing some strong damaging winds. And we saw what happened in Bertram and Burnett County. Straight line winds can still cause a mess of damage, shatter windows. Make sure you're just staying away from windows if you are within that severe thunderstorm warning. Enchanted Rock, you're included in this, not seeing rain right now, but that's closing in. Loyal Valley, Castell, looks like the heaviest of the rain is starting to move east of you. Mason, also, you're actually in the clear, Mason. But yeah, so this is the first line of showers and storms that's starting to move into our area. So it's closing in on our hill country counties, and it's going to continue to slowly push southeast at about 35 miles an hour is where those storms are moving. Any storm reports right now, Hunter?
I'm still not seeing any, which hopefully means we're not seeing many reports in general. But like we said, although the hail core has weakened a little bit, still you want to take this warning seriously. This goes until 12:30, I believe, so another 12 minutes on that, on approach to places like Llano as well as Enchanted Rock. So that's the, let me double check. Yeah, that's the only warning that we have for the KVUE area right now. Lots of heavy rain, lots of lightning, maybe some hail, although we've seen some signs of that hail core weakening, as well as some gusty winds. But I've been looking out for those. I got the National Weather Service chat pulled up finally.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we were having issues with that. Is it actually updating?
It is updating, and I'm not seeing any reports. The last report in there was from around Del Rio, where they were obviously not in our area, but they had some pea-sized hail there. But not seeing anything here locally.
Cool. All right, good news there. So what we're going to do is take a little break. We're going to leave radar streaming, keep you guys updated. We're here to answer your questions throughout the night, though, and let you know if any new additional warnings start to pop up, and especially if any tornado warnings start to pop up. So we'll chat with you in a bit. Be safe, and we'll check in a few minutes. Okay, Central Texas, Chief Meteorologist Erica Lopez here, back with another weather update. And I am not alone. I'm also here with meteorologist Hunter Williams.
Hello, hello.
Yes, so we're doing a quick mic check. Let us know that you can hear us okay, but so far I see audio levels looking pretty good. So what I'm going to do is bring back our camera, say hello. Wanted to check in, see how you guys are doing. What are you hearing? What are you seeing? And we have some good news for you right now. There currently are no active severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings for the KVUE viewing area. So this is a line of very nasty storms that are still strong. They actually still have a lot of lightning with them as well, and gusty winds. So that's going to be our primary concern as this line still continues to trek inward. It's moving to the southeast at a slow pace. The storms within them, though, have the possibility of still producing gusty winds, possibly 50 miles an hour, below severe weather criteria, possibly some small pea-sized hail as well. But that's why the National Weather Service is not issuing any severe thunderstorm warnings because of these storms at this time. Where we do have some active severe thunderstorm warnings is actually more towards the San Antonio viewing area, Del Rio region, Edwards Plateau region. That's where we have some stronger storms with the possibility of large hail also. So just wanted to, bring you the good news that even though we technically are under a tornado watch, that's the yellow polygons you see here, until 4 a.m. for our central counties and our eastern counties. The good news, Hunter, is that the trend overall is a weakening trend, which is good.
That is very good news, but just as we say that, pull up the hail tracker around Enchanted Rock.
Oh, great. Hunter, you're bringing the bad news? Is that what you're saying?
Not to jinx anything.
Just kidding.
This is sub-severe at the moment, and in addition to this, I was looking at the National Weather Service chat. There's a report from Lano that says rainfall rates 1 inch per hour and maybe some pea-sized hail. So although there are no warnings, there still could be some pockets of small hail, pea, nickel-sized hail, something like that. You're still going to have heavy rain. You're still going to get tons of lightning. So we're definitely encouraged by the fact that there's no severe weather at the moment, but that's not to say that things couldn't ramp back up again in a few spots. Like Erica said, our watch continues until 4 a.m., and when you have a watch in place, you still need to keep an eye on things. So good for now, but still some areas of hail, still certainly some strong storms, so still we'll keep an eye on things.
Yeah, as I put up hail tracker, there's actually very isolated spots of hail, as a matter of fact.
Yep.
You can see these dots where the severe thunderstorm warnings are. That's where we have larger size hail, which is why the National Weather Service has created a severe thunderstorm warning there. That's that little dot that Hunter was mentioning of some hail that's possible out in Llano County. So just a heads up, this storm is moving to the east. It's about to intersect with 16 there. Looks like Ranch Road 965 also, where that meets 16. That's where we could have some smaller size hail. As far as what Doppler radar is estimating, let's check in on that. It's actually estimating the possibility of close to 1 inch size, but I think it would be slightly smaller than that, but it's definitely something that we're monitoring very, very closely. So just a heads up, even though we don't have, those severe thunderstorm warnings that are issued, gusty winds I think is still going to be our primary concern, and also still some small pea-sized hail. But this line of storms is now closing in on Burnett County, Blanco County. It's still a little further west than from you guys. We do see showers and storms moving in across parts of Gillespie County. There is that storm, that pink shaded spot where we have the heaviest rain, the strongest updraft within these cells, or within this line of showers and storms. That's just north of the Enchanted Rock, where we're seeing some of that hail in the hail tracker. So something interesting to observe, and something we'll be watching very, very closely. Also, something I'm doing is answering questions here. So I have our Facebook feed up. Hunter is also monitoring our NWS chat if there's any storm reports, but you guys can give us your storm reports also. Keep in mind our eyes and our ears for anything that's actually happening. We need ground confirmation of what's happening. So let us know what's happening in your neighborhood. Greg is tuning in from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Wow.
What? When I think of Wisconsin, I think of cheese curds.
I just thought the exact same thing. Culver's cheese curds.
Cheese curds. So I hope you're enjoying some cheese curds for us, Greg. Okay, let's see who else is tuning in. Jen's tuning in. She's saying she can hear us loud and clear, so thanks for the report there. Gloria saying thanks for from Austin, Texas. So yeah, let's actually talk about what future track could bring. So I'm going to bring up our future track radar, what radar could look like within the next few hours. I'm actually going to pull our graphics tool so you can see a closer look as to what our HRRR computer model is showing. And it's done a good job at verifying that these showers and storms become more widespread throughout the overnight hours. And it's also showing the reason why the National Weather Service has only issued the tornado watch until 4 a.m. That watch is only issued until 4 a.m. because we do expect these storms to lose steam, kind of lose the instability in the atmosphere. We just won't have as much energy in the atmosphere to keep these storms rolling through at a severe threat. But we still do expect showers to move into our eastern county, starting to weaken, break apart, and then completely clearing out from our viewing area by about 7 or 8 a.m. And then you know what? The rest of Friday is fantastic. It is looking sunny, a bit breezy. Keep in mind, the second half of Thursday will be sunny. Friday is looking gorgeous as well. But then we really enter into a cloudy, wet weather pattern. Another cold front over the weekend. Me and Hunter were just talking about the fact that the last several cold fronts have all been overnight. Hunter mainly works the weekends. And guess what, Hunter? There's another cold front overnight.
Yay. Excited for that one.
Yeah.
It's crazy that they've all been like basically the exact same timing.
I know. Yep. Not fun, that's for sure. No. Not fun for you guys, I know, because it keeps you up and keeps you tracking the storms. Fun for us because we love tracking the storms. And we just want to make sure you guys are staying informed if you just so happen to be awake with these strong storms rolling through. So another quick check on radar before we let you guys go. Again, if you're just tuning in, we just wanted to give you guys an update that there currently are no active severe thunderstorm warnings. We do see a weakening trend with these storms from when they started moving into the hill country, but the possibility of an isolated severe thunderstorm warning is still out there. We do still have the ingredients for these storms to possibly turn severe. And so that's something that we'll be monitoring all night long. So any last words, Hunter, before I let our amazing viewers go?
Yeah, I guess just to kind of rehash everything, kind of what we've seen happen over the past couple of hours is they kind of started as like these clusters of storms or even individual storms. And now that it's kind of like consolidated into a line of storms, as you were talking about, that typically lends itself more to like a gusty wind threat. And still you could have some hail, you know, but we've seen the smaller hail. So gusty winds and small hail would probably be the priorities as this continues to move east. And again, like you said, we're encouraged that there's no severe warnings at the moment because the storms really now are still in that environment that is most favorable for severe weather. So the idea is that as these move farther east, hopefully they continue to weaken. But that's not to say that there's, you know, absolutely no chance that there could be more severe weather tonight because still things could ramp up. We still have a tornado watch in effect until 4 a.m. So when you have a tornado watch in place, you still need to keep an eye on things. We're encouraged by the trends, but still we'll keep an eye on it.
Yep. So we'll be here all night. We'll do another check-in here in, let's say, 15, 20 minutes or so. And definitely do a check-in if any additional warnings are issued. So I'll let you guys go and let me know if you have any questions. We're still here monitoring all of your comments and questions, so we'll still go through those and see what's going on. And again, storm reports or any storm reports, again, you guys are our eyes and our ears, and let us know what you're hearing, what you're seeing possibly, and we'll chat with you in a little bit, okay? Be safe, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Hello, hello, hello. So good to see everyone. My name is meteorologist Maria Reese. I am here now taking over radar watching for us. So I am going to start off with a wide look at what's going on across the region. Just an overview if you've been with us all night. I hope you've been able to get some rest. We do still have a tornado watch in place, and that's basically for the counties that are highlighted in yellow. So that includes Blanco, Hayes, Travis, and Gillespie counties. And this is in place until 4 in the morning. I am expecting this to expire here in the next hour. So we're looking pretty good in that sense. And just over the past 3 hours, you kind of see how this line of thunderstorms really took shape to our west. And at first it was really seen as pockets of thunderstorms. So whenever we have that, there is a higher risk for severe weather, and you can see kind of these isolated thunderstorms across the area. You just see one after the other. So those thunderstorms are not necessarily competing for energy with any of the storms around them. So they have the ability to intensify. And there was a bit more available energy across the hill country earlier in the night and as these storms were across the west. So what I'm seeing now is that these storms kind of conglomerated, kind of just became a line of showers and storms the closer they move towards the I-35 corridor. And if you can see there, I'm going to take a closer zoom here. If you can see a lot of these storms really started to weaken significantly as they approach the I-35 corridor. So instead of having, say, a lot of isolated thunderstorms, we now kind of have just a cluster of rain. I'm going to actually take a look and see if there's any lightning at the moment. Still some lightning here. So I see lightning in Blanco County. I'm not really seeing too much across Hayes, Travis, and Williamson County, but still some pockets of heavy rain, especially if you are, say, west of Georgetown, north of Leander, near Liberty Hill, Sun City, Florence. That's where we're seeing some of that heavy rain. And oh, I see some lightning there just to the east of Bertram. See, Burnett County also seeing some of that moderate to heavy rainfall. Llano seeing some moderate to heavy rainfall as well. At the moment, the only storm that I'm seeing with even a little bit of concern is towards south of Fredericksburg, right over Sisterdale. This is not in the KVUE viewing area. And the reason why I was a little concerned with this maybe 20 minutes ago was just because of the threat for potential hail within the storm. So I've put on our hail tracker here, and the gray spot that you see, that's the hail. Radar estimating less than ½ of an inch in size. This really has significantly decreased in intensity. So you can see there are the really bright colors as it was approaching center point. And it really just kind of dwindled away. So again, the threat for severe weather there, very low as it's moving into a more stable atmosphere. The closer this rain moves to the I-35 corridor, the more stable it is. So I am not too concerned with any of these storms becoming severe, but not completely ruling it out. I mean, we could still see some stray pulse thunderstorms that do tap into some energy out there that can find some energy to tap into. Something else I want to look at is also the shear. So this is a product that we use when we're trying to find some rotation within storms. And I'm really not seeing any of it across the KVUE viewing area. That's always excellent news, especially considering that we do have a tornado watch in place until about 3. So I'm going to put the radar back on here for you. Kind of cycle through. Yeah, so over the past 3 hours, we've really seen this line really weaken. It does expand in coverage here, so now we're looking at some good beneficial rainfall for us. Let's look at our wind. So what I'm seeing here, I can see some wind particles, wind still out of the south here, wind up here out of the north. So our cold front is right along here. So again, these storms are in the area because of a cold front. Oh, did not mean to do that. All right, let's try this again. These storms are moving through because of a cold front, and that cold front is right along there at the moment. So sometimes when we see with this front is that some of that cool, stable air is actually right along here. And what we're seeing now is some of those storms tapping into some cooler, stable air. So we won't see too much of a severe weather threat moving forward. Let's see, I'm trying to look through some of your comments here. Rihanna said, Leander. Yes, Leander, just seeing some heavy rain at the moment. I'm not seeing a threat for severe weather there, Rihanna. Paul said it's raining harder. That's about it for now. And yeah, that's exactly right. What we're seeing now is just some heavy rainfall. The strongest storms at the moment are right along here, just south of Gillespie, south of Blanco County. But again, I'm not really seeing a major threat there. I don't see any rotation in those storms. And I also am not seeing a big hail threat either. In fact, the hail threat with that storm has significantly decreased. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take a look now at our future radar, just showing you, if I can find it here, one moment. Here we go. Just seeing what it has in store here for the next couple of hours. So yeah, I'm expecting most of the heavy rain to be out by around 6 in the morning, and then we clear out through the day. And Thursday's actually looking really, really nice across the area. Thursday's looking dry, it's looking sunny, and really just overall a nice day. Now, that is not the same case across the rest of the U.S. So our Storm Prediction Center here has, unfortunately, areas of the southeast again under a high risk for severe weather. This was seen not that long ago. This was seen, I believe it was last week. And the last time that this happened for this area was about 7 years ago. So really rare to see this kind of event happen so close in time with each other. But the line of showers and thunderstorms moving through our area now is eventually going to move through the southeast later today, and it's going to cause quite a bit of a mess. So I'm going to show you that. Right now there's rain there, but as the day continues, yeah, these storms intensify into that area and causing the threat for widespread hail and damaging winds, as well as a tornadic threat there. Abby wants to know if this will reorganize or strengthen as it moves through I-35. Abby, I'm not thinking that it will. I'm going to go ahead and take you back to closer to home here. One second. And I'll talk you through it once more. All right, so again, the boxes in yellow, that is still a tornado watch that's in place until 4 in the morning. I'm not expecting this to be extended in coverage or in time. So over the past 3 hours, Abby, what I've noticed is that these storms have really started to break apart. You see, and what I mean by that is you see how they're kind of in a straight line there. And then once they approach the I-35 corridor, they kind of start to break apart. So what's happening is that these storms are tapping into some stable air. So really, this is just becoming a moderate to heavy rain event, some lightning also. And I'm not ruling out some gusty winds as well. So again, something to watch. I am not expecting widespread severe weather at this point, but an area to watch absolutely is the storms that are building south of Gillespie County, south of Blanco County here. That is where I'm seeing the heaviest of rain. It's closer towards Interstate 10, by the way, if you're wondering. And at the moment, it does look like the hail threat has gone down with that one. So here, that really, the gray that you see there, let me point it out for you. This is an hour ago, by the way. The hail core that you see there, an hour ago, I'm going to fast forward here in time. See how as I go in time, it starts to kind of go away. It's tapping into some more stable air, so it's becoming more of a heavy rain event there. And as far as the shear, which is the potential for rotation in any of these storms, it's not looking overly impressive here. So I'm not too concerned with it. Actually, let me look at our temperatures. Okay, so we can see absolutely some rain-cooled air right along this area here. You can see the low 50s in the region, but as this rain moves over here, it's in the 60s. So there's still a little bit of energy left. it's not as much as what the hill country had earlier in the night. So all good news here. Look through any more questions. I hope I answered your question, Abby. All right, again, I am expecting a lot of this rain to be out by the time the sun comes up. And then we'll start to see that cloud cover clearing quite nicely as the day goes on, and really leading to a beautiful, beautiful day. All right, everyone, we are here leaving the stream up for you. I am going to prepare for KVUE News Daybreak that starts at 4:30. So if you have any questions, just leave them in the comments, and I'll try to answer it here during KVUE News Daybreak. And of course, if there is any reason for us to cut into programming, or if any of this changes, any of the severity of this changes, I will be sure to hop back on and keep you updated. But as always, if you have any questions, drop them in the comments. And if you do have any pictures that you can take safely, if you can let us know what you're seeing outside your window, and if you can do so safely, be sure to send that in. We'd love to see what you're seeing. All right, bye guys. Bye for now. I'll be back.